Good morning, and what a week it has been. Welcome back to the Corn King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. I missed you guys. I really, 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 really did. Took some time off for myself, for my health. If you do celebrate Christmas, I hope you had a fantastic Christmas, and now we're looking forward to a nice new year, start of a new year. Not a lot has been happening. Liquidity is still very skimp right now, very skimpy. Bitcoin is selling off from this weekend rally that we did get. So let's just go ahead and take a look at that. Here we go. All right. So we're trying to hold up on the previous day high here, trying to rebound back above this previous day high where we just simply consolidated just a lot of consolidation through here. Few pumps here and there, but a lot of consolidation. I was getting ready to take a look at the CME chart because I have not um, taken a look at that. Here we go. CME. Just wanted to see what we had in terms of gaps. See, we got a little small one right down in here. Okay. So I shall start with that. So maybe we'll come in a little bit more and fill this little small gap in right here. Nothing major. And that looks like it would probably be where we had the previous day low at. So just back into that consolidation area there, previous day low, if anything. And be about our little merry way. That's a nice little candle right there. I can tell you that much. Take a look at volume here too. See what that's looking like. I don't know if I have it over here or not. I do. All right, some pretty decent volume behind that drop right here. Pretty decent volume. Inefficiency filled in here. All right. Yeah. So like I was saying, that would be about the equivalent of back to the previous day low if we do continue that move down, and we want to see us hold here since we so delicately held it prior to then. Not really playing around in the market. Didn't do a whole lot of that. I just didn't. I am holding an Ethereum long from the Golden Pocket region. It actually came into that region a few times and I missed it. And the last time I happened to catch it somewhat, so I'm a little bit off from it, but I'm holding that, which you know, sell off happening on Bitcoin is likely happening on that as well. So nice little bottom tail here on this candle right here. But again, if we do come down a little bit more, maybe we just tap down here into what we were finding recent support at. Then we'll see how that candle closes, whether or not we leave another wick and we don't manage to close below this wick right here. So that's going to be something for us to look forward to coming in here. Getting a drop to this previous day low, which currently, if you're using the Binance chart, it's going to be $87,435. And then if we recover back above without closing below this candle, that's going to be awesome for me, okay? Let's take a look at Ethereum, which, like I said, is likely doing the same thing, putting in a little pin bar here, I can see. Got a pin bar here showing in this orange, and let's see, let me go down to just make sure that I'm in a place of doing that. All right, that's Grayscale Ethereum, and this is CME. So we got the same scenario right here. For Ethereum, that if we do see a continuation to the downside here, then likely we'd be just coming back into what was the previous day low. Actually looks like it might be a little bit lower for Ethereum if we're doing that. If we're, well, shouldn't be as low. We put it like that. But again, another bounce from the previous week high here. bouncing from the previous week high. Tap the golden pocket, tap the 786, just based on how I drew it. A little bit of a head and shoulders right here, we can see. Anyway, that's hindsight stuff now. But we'll just wait around and see if that's going to happen. Inefficiency field over here as well. Not really much down through here. And we didn't close below this low. So, I mean, that's a start for me. That's a start for me. Means that the move down is waning, And I'm gonna see about Solanza in the same light here. Let's see, and that's the ETF. And there's the CME, a much bigger, much bigger gap and several gaps. But this chart is right here is going to be a little bit too choppy. We'll move to a 1 hour and see how different the 1 hour looks. Go for a two. Go for a two. Two. I like two better. Like two much better. I was watching a video. I saw Ivan on Tech did a video. Nothing new that I haven't said here on this channel already in regards to Solana, except for the $5 thing. I haven't went as far as to say Solana's going to $5. I have highlighted, $40 to $30 region could be a thing for Solana if it's trading below. I mean, we saw it. We got down there a little bit, 116. I hate the fact that Solana would even trade below 120. We're all aware of that. If you've been tuning into Z channel, okay, previous day high once again here with Solana as well. Previous day high, nice little bottom and tail candle in here. Volume probably decline a bit on that push down as well. But we could get more out of a Solana move to the downside. So I'm going to take a look here. Starting here, I'm trying to understand why I put these lines in here. They may not be relevant anymore. This was last week, so I'm just going to take all of this away at this time. This is looking pretty decent in here on the 1 hour time frame. I like the way the EMA ribbons are looking. As long as we hold above, let's say this 124 in here, really don't want to close down in here. If we do anything, we want to wick and then get our behinds back up above here, at least back up above the 124. So right now, I'm actually liking this 1 hour chart. Push further. All right, we're still within our bear market control zone here for Solana. Let me just check this because I know that that's probably not correct. Yeah, at this moment, that's not correct. Going to move this. I think this is my 4 hour chart. Yep, my 4 hour chart. All right, so we're rejecting from the previous week high, but we did manage to take some liquidity up there, which is a good thing, right? So that's a good thing here for Solana. A little bit more to go before we can even get into that golden pocket of 786 there. Yeah, hitting resistance here from the 26 EMA here. And this was our prior area of support, the trend line that's going across here. I'm going to turn this off here for a sec. So this was our prior support here. If I zoom in a bit so you can see that. And this is just some of the several different rays that I highlighted through here. So these are the rays that I added to the fact after I didn't have any. I can't actually pull one on a weekly think it's our weekly time frame and maybe our monthly. But these I were able to add from the daily time frame for areas of potential support. And then this is one that my good friend Sincere told me to take a look at. And I do have this particular one highlighted on my monthly time frame. I actually like that one. But below 120, you know how I feel about Soul, and you know that losing this value area low down through here. Let me stretch this out a little bit. Yeah. Losing this value area low, which you know this can move. That's why I really don't care for. I guess on a macro time frame, it's different. A little bit more reliable, but those ranges can move when you're using the VRVP. You know, ranges can move, so just be mindful of that. But wanting to hold above this value area low here, very important. I don't have an area here aside from this one right here. And this is the one I was saying that Sincere highlighted out to me here to include this line. Um, but this is what I was looking at here around about this $40 to $30 region now through here. It just depends on at what point if this happens. But for now, we're looking at holding and not taking out this low right here for Solana. So I did see that read that Solana, you know, was included in the lawsuit, and that could pose a problem. I shared with you guys a couple of weeks ago that I sold half of my Solana position just in case that we were probably going to make our way down here. I didn't want to take the risk of giving back all of my gains. I'd taken profit out of Solana before already, but just really securing a little bit more of my bag in case something like that happens, because we don't know. And if it doesn't happen, I still have half of it that's still locked away, and you know, see what that offers right now. A little bit of a struggle. Okay, so just still holding this value area low. Let's go ahead and 123.76. We'll proclaim that that's what it is, 123.76. So we'll just say that it is this high right over here, which I think I have highlighted out. It's gonna look different from this time frame. Gonna look different from this one. And you'll see why I also like this line right here that Sincere highlighted, just because we have this moving average here, this EMA down here, just slightly down below it. And, you know, I work with let's see, for you, because I know a lot of people work with a different number than I do on their EMA. I'm going to just set that for 50. Okay, so 50 would be sitting right here at the 0.886 for anybody who works with the 50. I work with 60. But I can see how thorough that 50 was the first time it tapped into this trend line right here. Makes me a little afraid, actually. Not necessarily afraid, but usually when it's above a moving average, it tends to, whenever the moving average is above a trend line like this, it tends to, if it breaks that moving average, it breaks that trend line as well. So that's something that I've realized in my experience with analysis that tends to happen. If it's below the trend line, then it tends to hold it. But if it's removed from the trend line, then it tends to break it. So bear that in mind. I'll cancel that. All right. Let's see if we can find something today. Then we'll work with it as we continue to make our little decline down here. Again, we're going to be looking at this previous day low here for Bitcoin, which is going to be 87,435 at the moment. We're going to be looking to see if price is going to come back down here. It might even want to take liquidity from here, simply because we have some pretty even lows down here. So we got some good liquidity down here below this low. Some pretty good liquidity from the weekend. And market makers may want to come in here and grab onto this liquidity. Something I haven't checked in a little while. I'm going to check. Let's see. Let me find it. Everything is saying welcome back. I have absolutely not logged into anything. My eyes have not been on these charts. I'm telling you. And it was a good rest and I needed it. Oh, I don't have this account anymore. So I did cancel. Yeah, you're not getting that money out of me. So I had an account with a platform called Cheddarflow. It was something that I was using when I would get into the stock market, but I've canceled that. Yeah. So that's a done deal. Let me see if I can't get into. Um, dun, dun, dun. Mm, let's start here. All right, so we got liquidation max pain here. So we're looking at $90,000 on the short max pain to the upside. We're farther from that, and that's about $3,000 away. And then we have the long max pain, which is sitting where I was highlighting at that we have the potential of coming down, taking that liquidity right there at that previous day low, and then seeing if we won't reclaim back above it. So Bitcoin at the moment, after we got that bigger candle, as you can see, we haven't. Well, since that bottom and tail, we haven't got a closure below the wick low. So that's going to be something again. We want to keep looking at that to make sure that selling pressure is actually declining, even though, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. You can look at volume as well. I'm going to look at how these candles close. But we're about we'll just say $900 away from long max pain, which again would be where the previous day low is sitting at. So that could be where we want to get some liquidity from down there. 25 mil. All right, you see the one for Ethereum. So basically everything I've already said here is what we'll be looking at. Let's see, liquidation heat map. I'm taking this big chunk right here. 88 starts to get, yeah, about the same, about the same, about the same. So nothing really. Let's see. Let's go open interest by strike. I see we're back to these big bars over here. These nice little histogram bars here, rising once again. 75,000 is rising once again. This is what we just did in here. I'm just gonna drop those. I don't really care for that sitting here. All right. We got 85,000. Big area of interest. That puts us back down towards the previous week low, if anything, in here. All right. So that's basically what we're going to watch today. Previous day low and previous week low. All right. Checking out. Let's see. What we have ahead of us for the week in terms of data. We do have a meeting in place tomorrow. FOMC meeting minutes happening tomorrow. We also have unemployment claims on Wednesday, which is the 31st, and then all of this is going to be a bank holiday, so you don't have to worry about anything else following that. This is typically around about the time where where people say Santa Claus rally. Some people may be thinking, Christmas itself is the Santa Claus rally, and it's typically right after Christmas, going into the New Year. So this is where you typically see it at. And I don't subscribe to it. I do know that our 2022 um, pump on Bitcoin, as we discussed, that was when we rallied the last time. Yeah. So it was in here. You can see it's right after Christmas, going into the new year, where you start to get that rally. So, I mean, right now we know that we don't know. We don't know. I am assuming that we are in a bear market. I mean, we can see it with all of our altcoins and technicals. The technicals align with what we saw previously during other bear markets. So, I am claiming it. I don't think that we go as low this time as we did before. And when I say as low, I'm referring to the 786.886 retracement level. I'm assuming that we don't get to that point, but I can be totally wrong. I was sitting here this morning and I was looking at, GE, because that was one of the stock picks. Um, that I've been following along with. And, the data that I received on that indicated that price action was going to return up to about 315. There was enough capital, enough interest that went in from a big money that prices would get back up there. And I was looking at the chart and I was like, yeah, you're still going to be buying the top. I just didn't think that it was going to be a good buy. I had some analysis that aligned with it getting back to that 315 level, but I still was insecure about the move, and I didn't encourage anybody to take the position. But what you do is what you do, and then it ends up that price rallies back up there after all. I just didn't, so I can be wrong. I just didn't think that it was going to be a good buy. It seemed risky, a little bit too risky in my opinion. So I opposed it at all corners. um, so yeah, it's sitting at 315 at this moment. And so there you have that. It showed me. Let me push this chart back out here to this 15-minute chart right here for Bitcoin. But while we're waiting, because this isn't going to be a long stream, just going to see where we can, if during my time of streaming here, um, if Bitcoin is going to hit a potential local low for a bounce up, and we can look for a long. Since the stream already started and price action had already dropped, there's no sense in me looking for a short position from this point. Right. So as I wait on that, I'm gonna fast forward. I want to take a look back at this too. What I was just sharing with you here on this GE uh, setup in here, because when I started looking at GE, we were right here. Price action was here. This is the point where I started saying, hey, I got some information on this one right here, indicating that price is going to get back up to around 315. And I said that right now I can block it into a double bottom formation. And then I marked it out and said that this aligns with what I'm looking at here for price action to get back to around that 315 level. But that price action is at the top. And then I was highlighting both a wick line and a the wick, the candle wick as a line, and then the candle bodies as a line. And you know, at this point right here is when I start to question myself, like, well, maybe it does do it. I was assuming, we're not getting back to this point in here. We're not getting back to this. Like, anyway, it happened. I had not looked back at this chart until this morning, actually, but I know that the last time we looked at it, we were in here getting closer to coming up here towards this 315 area. Had already broke up. It had came even back tested the wick line through here, and yeah, all of this good stuff. I just still didn't feel like it was going to be a good buy, so I can be wrong. I can be wrong about Solana. And I'm trying to cover everything I can on that on Solana. So I can be completely wrong on Solana. It could just be that people are accumulating right there, but again, there is this lawsuit, and that's something to consider. I'm not anybody's financial advisor. I know that, and I know that I'm not an oracle. I get good sometimes, and sometimes just don't get it right. But yeah, that happened. This absolutely happened, and I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of it. It just wasn't going to be something for me. But I guess we can be done with this now. I'm going to leave this intact. Just going to pull this out for when it does, or if it does decide to come back down into this level right here. Let me push forward. Um, Palantir, as I was looking at this morning, I think that this could be a good buy, just based on the EMA ribbons. It has been holding up. It did not go as far down after it back tested off of this rising wedge formation. It did not come down as low as I deemed that it could have, but I did give the invalidation because whenever you're talking about targets to the downside, you have to have invalidations. I'm going to go ahead and delete this now. We're well beyond that. I have not updated these pivot points as I deemed them to be pivot points. So just let that be. But just based on the EMAs here, if we use the EMAs as any sort of a structure for Palantir, this could suffice. Maybe it even drops back down here and comes into this 200 EMA, but this doesn't look bad in here. If I push forward, I don't want to go too far. I'll go to a 16 in here. I would really hate to rely on that. Really would. Really, really, really would. See, this could still end up doing what I'm looking at, what I'm assuming that it would do. Still could end up doing that. I'm still under the impression that we come lower. Um, it's Monday. I don't want to get too in depth on the stock market anyway because it's Monday and I haven't gone through and I have not updated anything and I would be wrong. And I'm not the kind of person that can sit here and I mean in some cases I can, but in most of the cases I have to delve a lot deeper into the chart to be able to give you some good analysis. And right now I know that I have not. AMD. We've almost done this one, and maybe it has found, um, Looking at this one getting down to the 33. This is a lot closer to what I was looking at, and this hasn't changed. So I'm cool with this in terms of Intel, saying that Intel, we'd be looking for Intel to hold at this 33.65. And if we didn't, then we'd be looking at 26. Now that's going to be a break here. And then we could put a measure move on this, which would probably put it a little bit slightly below here, back down here into these highs and here somewhere between this high and this high in here. But I wouldn't be looking for anything more than that. So right now I'm trying to maintain here to this 33.65 for Intel, maybe range in here a little bit more before we see some final push to the upside. I don't know why I suddenly turned against Intel. I honestly don't know why I ended up feeling that way about it, but I just know I feel some kind of way about it now. Was looking at this as a potential inverse head and shoulder, still holding, no invalidation of it if it is or isn't. And, looking forward to get up to that 58 at the moment. We probably consolidating here for a long time right now. And as far as Novo Nordisk is concerned, that would be the thing for me. We may just range in here for a bit of time. So nothing has changed in there. Best Buy hit the level that I highlighted for it, which is this 68.89 right here. Be looking for Best Buy to hold in here. I was looking at this morning like, okay, yeah, maybe this might actually be a good buy. This might actually be a good buy on this right here. From this level, it would be my first attempt at it. I'm not buying it. It was just a good one for me to watch for this, for content purposes. It seemed like we were taking some time to get to this, but I mean, we're here, and if it loses that, then ooh, don't want it to lose that. Yeah, you really want to see Intel. I mean, Best Buy hold here. You don't want to see Best Buy lose this right here. So if you're an investor in Best Buy, yeah, this is it for you right here. You want to see this maintain right here. If it's coming any lower, then we'd be looking at 53. But let me see how I map this. Yeah, you want to hold. You want to hold. So this is where I would make my attempt at here on Best Buy right here. So all of this information is going to be updated, uh, not today, but maybe not even tomorrow. To be honest, it may not be until the month close or something like that. But there's other data that I can find and add to the chart, and we could just work off of that until we come to the point where I really need to update these things in here. But this is it right here. This is it right here for Best Buy. So if you're feeling like feeling lucky, that's your chance right there. I mean, you can bookmark me saying that and delete it if it don't happen. Let's take a look here. Walmart. Ugh, my arch enemy. I don't know why I have a Discord for Walmart. I just do. MicroStrategy. You got one more level to go in here in terms of support for strategy. That's for sure. So, see, we started rejecting off of the 170 below these lows in here. Didn't quite hold 161 anymore. 152 coming into play. Ooh, you only got 139 left. This whole zone. So it's really hard sometimes to identify one single level, and you have a zone. But I try to break it up um, in identifiable levels. For people who trade, and then drop to a lower time frame with those levels. That way you can get in and get out. So this is the zone of support. Now this right here is a one single line right here, 105. So strategy not. I mean, we know it's a bear flag. And it's too hard. It's too early to tell too. We don't know what the market is going to do once it opens. If you don't mind, I just want to at least this area. I don't have to drag them all out, but just that area. So if you're feeling like a short, you know where you would cut it. And if, you get down into this 152, you would want a TP. So that's how I try to break it down, especially when it's such a large range. 170 to 139 is a huge range in stock world. I'm not going to do the whole bear flag measurement and all of that good stuff. Mm, I never liked the measured move on a bear flag. I just never have. Not even on a bull flag, yeah, to be honest with you. I've just never liked it. Whew. It looks bad. It looks bad. Yeah, so I mean if you're shorting, that would be a TP here, 152. But this chart also looks like it's rounding out. Let me make sure ain't nothing going on over here with Bitcoin. Okay. Yeah, this chart also looks like it's rounding out. So rounding formations are very slow, and you miss what's happening, whether they be at the top or whether they be at the bottom. They're really tricky. Chime. I think this was our last level, and so I'm going to start looking at some other charts going forward. And once we get into the new year, I'm going to move on past the charts that I've been sharing with you, and what you probably what would be good longs, because that's basically what I've been looking for. So this is supposed to be the last target here for me for Chime, and then of course if Chime was to get above here, then hooray. But we're not doing that, and we haven't even tapped the last level in here just yet either. So a Chime was a breakout play. And all of this changed. So just be aware of that. This is separate, but you know what this is if you follow the channel. Um, so yeah. Okay, so Nike was the one that I was saying. Risky play here for Nike, but you could. It's something to consider. It's something to consider. It's not that Nike is not. It's not like Nike isn't a good company to invest in. It has been declining now for quite a long time. For quite a long time, and it's going to take a long time for it to come back up to the levels that it previously held. Um, and there are some things that they need to change in terms of marketing, for one, and then there's the situation with the tariffs, and there's just so much uncertainty right now. It's really a lot of it's uneasy trying to invest your money, period, right now. I'm gonna push out on this one right here. I think we were more so interested in the 6-month time frame for Nike. Yeah, 6-month time frame is the time frame that was giving us the best analysis here for Nike, and you can see, you know, since COVID, you know, following COVID. Oh my God, I said that word again. Anyway, they didn't stop me the last time. I said, like, honey, you're not big enough for us to pay attention to. Cool, cool. Hasn't been the same, and that has a lot to do with marketing over tariffs because this is just something that's starting to come into effect. So just been a decline, a huge decline. But I think that this is like a great level to get into Nike. I think this is a great level to get into Nike. Um, there are invalidations, which is losing this low down through here. So right now we're just simply in between. You see this point right here where we had this coiling at right here. So we're just inside of this right here. This is the crucial zone right in here. This is where price was last being accumulated in here for this nice push up through here. So if we're losing this right here, then I think I looked at this one here, and then I looked at this in here. I think that's how I got it. But there's an EMA through here, which is going to be this one right here. We haven't even got to a point yet here on Nike where it starts to just kind of range sideways, but I still think that this is a great place to buy Nike. I think this is a great place to buy it for push up. Now, if it loses this right here, again, you would be looking pretty bad, pretty bad. But I think this is the golden spot. I think it's the golden spot. Nope, don't want to do that. Okay, so it's this one. So it's 34 and then it's 21. And 21, again, it's just based off of Anchor VWAP. I'm so banking on this area right here. I am really banking on that area that we're in right now, this one. But if I turn Anchor VWAP on, yeah, I'm so banking on this area. VWAP is here, and it's been a long time since price action has come back into that VWAP. It's been a long time. Actually, it hasn't really cared about that VWAP ever since it got above it. The main thing it has bounced off of has been this bandwidth one. That's the main thing it has used. If it did come back into something, and it did that right in here, so I wouldn't expect for this to do some sort of a V-shaped recovery from here. I just wouldn't. But I think you're just in that area where this is a good place to pick it up. That's my thought. That's my thought. But do with that information what you will. Let me turn that off. Do with it what you will. Let's see if anything changed on that. Nope, nothing. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now that that cloud, which is, I have a hard time saying that word. We all have words that we have a hard time saying, and I sound stupid every time I come on here to say it. Now, in the monthly 3-month time frame, I think it is. It looks a bit different with that. I think it was starting to flip a little bit here on the 3-month time frame. Now, I don't really use this indicator right here. I haven't studied it enough to talk to you intelligently on this indicator. I just think that this is a place where it bounces away, to be honest. I really think it's a place that price bounces away. I'm gonna push back out here on the 4. I don't think that there's too much more for me to say in here or anywhere. Why is First Capital showing up? Did I start watching this? I think I started watching this. I can't remember why I put this on my chart. I just added this, and I just added this. You can see I haven't done any analysis on it. I don't have a single thing in here for it, but I started watching it for a good reason. Let me see what that reason was. It may be, dang, why did I get into this chart? Was I looking for a short? I'm not really big on I'm not gonna short anything anyway unless I can on BTCC, and that's not one that I can. Um, why was I into this one? I tell you what. Let's see. I might have to go back and figure that one out because I don't know. Um, but that was going to be the last one, I do believe. Oh no, it wasn't. I might have to go back and figure that one out. That's Oracle right now. We talked about this level in here. Like this was the one level that we need to hold in here on Oracle, which is the 181.35. If we're not holding that again, there is this 150 that we were looking at here, which fulfills the unusual volume activity for push down into the 150. So we start losing this 181, then you can almost bank on us coming down here to this 150 right here. Yeah. Nothing has changed in here on this analysis for me. Again, the one thing I was looking at when we were in this descending channel was a break outside this ascending channel and a push up. I assumed that we probably had the potential to at least get up here to 256. That didn't happen, and they had their earnings, and the sell off wasn't as bad. And I highlighted that it's not bad, and we would want to see it hold in here. But if we're not, then we're going to go ahead and fulfill this. And I'm not in a short position on this, but you've seen this on my chart before, which was pushing it all the way down here to this 150 because there is it's a high probability. It's a high chance that it goes ahead and it does that 150. This account has been out of the money for a minute, but their patience is here. And they know, big money might know something we don't know. Like I said, so there's 150. And we can look back at Oracle after it hits that 150. Right now, I feel like that does get fulfilled. The sell off isn't bad though, and we have managed to hold a 181 so far. So far. And I said that I may have been over ambitious looking to get back above this 238 anyway. That's over ambitious. That means we're in euphoria if we're doing that. So I know that. Broadcom, like I said, I was looking for a bounce from Broadcom right here from this gap area. And, I could not play AVGO on BTCC. Sadly, they didn't offer it there. Otherwise, I would have been in the short because we talked about that situation here, coming back up here to this main trend line here and getting a breakdown from there. We had a starter short through here that got invalidated once this wick up right here happens following earnings, and then it broke it back down. We talked about from here, from this rejection in here, that price will probably get down here into this gap. All of that played out. So I get to brag a little bit now because it happened. We talked about this trend line down through here, which we are now seeing that we are rejecting off of this trend line here at the moment, but that this is probably an ABC formation, has potential of being an ABC formation. So I am still looking for price to get above this level right here, I'm looking forward to at least getting to the 382. If nothing else, come up here and get into the 382, maybe even the 50, and then we get another push down to finish out the ABC. So this is supposed to be B coming up into here, possibly meeting one of these, and then we get a C to the downside. And and that'll be the end of this. But we did get the bounce. We just haven't hit one of these levels in here just yet. That's something to watch. If you are into Broadcom, you've seen this line on my chart, you can add that through here or whatever. I mean, you're a little late to the party. But so far, so good here on Broadcom. Um, with this Coinbase holding at the 0.886 at the moment. Make sure I haven't had to change anything. Yeah, everything's still the same in here on this. So holding up at the 0.886 at the moment. Still ranging in between these two monthly pivot levels in here. Still underneath. Let's see what I'm working with. Okay. Not getting back above the 20 SMA. We can see that. And if we are dropping down from the 20 SMA, then we want to hold 194, which this information is going to change soon. At the time being, I'm keeping it at the 194. But still in between this monthly level and this monthly level right here, nonetheless. So holding the support going into market open today is going to be crucial. Because if we're taking out this low in here, then chances are we can just be looking at 194, which is going to take some time unless some big nuke happens. That's what we'll be looking at on that circle. I'm not. The circle has basically been in between these same little levels through here. The same little this chart right here is a little bit different because there is the one that I have in here where it bounced off of here, but this window, this pane that I'm looking at circle off of doesn't have the same information that the other pane has for it. So I'm not going to switch over on that one, and that's Robinhood. We got to get up out of here on Robinhood, and it's going to follow along with the crypto space. So you have Circle, you have Coin, you have Robinhood. Those three are going to follow along with what Bitcoin, Ethereum is doing. Very heavily tied to the crypto space at the moment. So it does have to get out of here though. If this is just wave 4 and we're trying to finish out a wave 5, it has to get out of here. Otherwise, that analysis is wrong and it comes lower. It's quite a pickle right now. And then this, of course, at one point I was hoping that we were putting in some sort of a inverse head and shoulder through here, but that didn't play out. I also highlighted the rising wedge as well, but I was really banking on the inverse, and that didn't happen. This is the major move to the downside for the rising wedge, which hasn't played out fully. I suppose if I move this up a little bit, it doesn't look like it's on that trend line. I'm not going to be perfect. Okay, so maybe it hit. Maybe it already hit it. Sezzle. I think I had like one. Yeah, this is the final target I have in here for Sezzle. We are going sideways in here for whatever reason. This looks like it's expanding, so Sezzle may come down a little bit more. It may be actually coming back in here to back test. I guess we see what we need for it to hold. If you are somebody who did take the Sezzle setup, which again was another breakout play. And this one ended up coming back and back testing. So once it got the breakout, it did fail. Not fail to break out because it back tested and it bounced away. But this was a breakout play. So you would initially came in, went in, and then you got to pull back, and now you're back up. I guess we want to see Sezzle hold here around this 68, 68.47. If we're not holding there, then chances are we do recover back down. I'm going to say 61, that we recover somewhere back down into here. I'm going to stick with the 61 just because it was a line of interest for me before. So I'm just going to run with that. Um, I'm putting it on the 16. Yeah, we want to hold that, or I would. My agreement with is going to be that 61, like I said. Yeah. So, I mean, this is where we're at on this setup over here. But you definitely made some money, even if if it doesn't get here, for whatever reason. Win some, you lose some. Lululemon, Lulu, Lulu has to hold where it is. I think when I was looking at this, and Bitcoin's not doing anything just yet. Um, we're trying to hold where we are currently. Hold on, let me just make sure on my gap. Why are you there? I need CME to be right here. If you were doing Lulu, maybe Lulu comes back in here and back tests this 189. I don't expect for Lulu to have just V shape recovered his way up out of here. I just don't see that. Personally, I don't think that is that sort of a situation for it. I was leaning on this somewhere between here and this 189. That's my thoughts on Lulu. Really want to see it hold in here, so I guess we'll push it out to this 193. And here, if it starts to break down, I don't think it fully holds on to this 203. This could be a head and shoulder formation, and then we could put a measured move on that for this here. I'm gonna push on the 16, and yeah, not quite ready, but definitely rounding out to continue this move up. I think this is the final move that I have in place here, 258 at the moment, and I think it ranges throughout here for quite some time before we do see a larger move. But that even that itself was good for Lulu in here. Yeah, even that was good for Lulu. And basically did the same thing with Lulu that I looked at on what was it? Nike, I believe it was. Look at anchored VWAPs on this one. No. What was it? No. It wasn't that. I know we looked at this area in here for it. Did I do? Yeah, I did monthly on this one, which aligned with that pivot point here on this one, and then this entire zone in here is just an order block. I still think it pushes into this 258, but that it ranges in here for quite a bit of time before it is able to prove itself to get back into these levels in here, at least with Lulu. Um, yeah, this is one that I did not buy. And the only reason why we were looking at it is because, it has sold off pretty bad. and then earnings helped push it, but that was all off the backs of the sales in China. And Lulu still has to gain U.S. market really, and I don't think that it's ever going to get there. To be honest with you, I don't think Lulu's going to get to that point where it gains U.S. markets. I don't. I'm not paying those kind of prices for clothes. Period. I don't care what kind of threads you got, but that's me. So that was a rejection off of the 10. But if it is pushing in again, I still lean towards this 258 as the max for me right now, which is why I paused it out here at, you know, with that pivot level in mind. And the rest of the time it ranges a bit, and then, whatever happens from there happens, but that's it. This this isn't this isn't a V-shaped recovery in my opinion. It can. I mean, it didn't have a problem doing it over here. I guess I just mm, I'll say this. It does still get to this 258. Again, maybe it comes in and it back tests here at this 186. Maybe it does that. Back test the 186. That would be a good support level in my opinion. And then get that continued move here to the upside. Oh, that's GE. We had already looked at that. Somebody's missing. Tesla. I'm gonna push out on Tesla so you can see. I said here on Tesla. Actually, let me push out to a 2 hour. I think I was working with a 2 hour a little bit better in here. So I got this wrong right in here where I thought that Tesla would come in, put in a lower high, and then break back down here. It didn't do that. It put in this lower high for starters, but then it came back up and then it took out that high right there. So again, it's still stalling out around the 493, which tells me that if for any reason, like this could be your place right here. So this is a trend line that I have been watching, and I've shared this on the stream. Of course I have, it's Tesla chart. But if we're breaking down below here, I do think that it's possible for us to, it's first of all, there is a strong probability that you're going to be able to pick it up around 300 and something bucks. So it's going to be the lower end of three. Then you're going to be able to pick up Tesla. That's my thoughts. That's some of the data that I found for Tesla's chart. Tesla is a really hard company to analyze in the charts anyway, because I don't know. I don't know how Tesla, I don't know. It's really hard to analyze Tesla. It really, really is. It it doesn't really move off of data. And then your analysis can just be invalidated instantly. It can be. So it's really hard. But there is a strong possibility of being able to pick Tesla up down here, 320. Just got to be somebody that sits on your hands and wait for that. I'm not one to get in and jump into short Tesla. I'm not going to short Tesla ever. It's not a chart that you want to just short. To be honest, that's my opinion on it. Some people are successful with it. I would be unsuccessful with it, and I know where my shortcomings are at. So, me trying to short it just isn't going to happen. But here could be a good place to take a position from right around in here. You're at this order block right here at the moment. Well, not necessarily an order block, but the price definitely got to move to the upside off of this level. So this candle right here, You could be holding here and then looking for a bounce back here to the upside, but I'm leaning on price action. First of all, ranging in between these two levels in here, the 493 down here to the 406. And let me see what I'm using in here. Da, 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 da. That's going to change. I probably need to update what I have in here for this. I don't know why I went with that one, but I did. I must have chose it for a reason. So this would be your range zone right here, 493 to 406 at the moment. But I'm still inclined to believe that Tesla price comes back down here towards this 320. I'm watching Bitcoin. I can see what the issue is on the 4 hour time frame too. I hate to be talking about one thing and then all of a sudden I just sound like I have a problem with paying attention. Um, and I do have a problem with paying attention. So I'm gonna jump back over here on Bitcoin real quick. So we're in this level in here just now. We still haven't filled in the gap just yet here, the CME gap in here, which is did what we did before. In fact, it looked like we almost bounced off of that same. No, not quite, but we did just tap into this level in here just now. Filling this gap. I can see the issue though on the 4 hour time frame, and right now the four is yeah. Yeah, I see what we're doing. I can tell you I don't like the 4 hour chart. We're at the mean on both in the RSI. When I say mean, I'm referring to the RSI. We're at the RSI mean for both BTC and Ethereum at the moment. I'm gonna push back up on this chart right here. I mean, I've already highlighted what we're looking for. If you weren't here before, what I'm looking for is somewhere between this previous day low. So if we're not bouncing somewhere around this previous day low, let's just say we're taking the liquidity in here from these lows in here, because this is great liquidity. We've managed to hold this area. We've held it. Why? Because there's been liquidity here, right? So it's a great place for price action to come in and take the liquidity. That also shows what max pain is when we looked at max pain over on CoinGlass, that it would be down here taking the liquidity from these lows. But what we want to do is take it and reclaim back up. We had not been closing below a low just yet. We still didn't get the close. Let me make sure. It doesn't look like we did, but let me just put a line right here just so I can see if we did. We didn't close below that low, but we are close. I mean, we didn't close below it. And for me right now, that's important. How the candles are closing is very important. Yeah. So volume has declined, obviously, with this, but the 4 hour again, I'm not a fan of. 4 hours also almost back at its mean for the CCI. Not quite there yet. It is showing that price action is doing nothing more than ranging on the 4 hour time frame. That's what it implies. Even me looking at the Bollingers, it implies that price action is basically just ranging. And let me see this from a 4 hour stance over here. I mean, and obviously it's still just a range, and that's how the 4 hour is reading. Price action is reading it, indicators are reading it, everything is reading. Hey, we're still just ranging in here, even with how tight these particular ribbons right here are with the separation of this 200. We are still just ranging. And what? I can't do this one. Sorry. I need the other one. I just need I need this one. I just need to see what this one is at. And this one doesn't show in my other one that I have. Yeah, so even with I can see this too. This is sideways in here. We can see price action slowing down from the lower time frame. We can see how those candles are closing from the lower time frame, which tells us that any such move down, and even this indicates this as well, it would end up being a weak low, in my opinion. Based on how I analyze the chart, it would be a weak low coming into here. So that's even reading in the, like I said, the 15-minute time frame is reading that as well. Even these, yeah, every move so far down through here has either been a weak low or a weak high at best. So weak high, weak high. This ran over a little bit more, so that wasn't so bad. Uh, but yeah, we would end up getting another weak low. So this could be where we look for that entry if you're interested in getting long on it again down through here. Or maybe you want to sit on your hands until market actually opens, but it's all showing here in this chart. After this big nice candle to the downside, the one that followed pursuit behind it with the bottom tail here, the fact that the candles are not closing below the prior low. You get it in here, which is fine. They did keep this one in mind. Details is everything. And you can see how it's pushing back up in here now with the last few seconds left. They're not allowing them to close below here. You're not getting a closure above either, but you can definitely see that this is weakness from this point. Bear still winning, but this is still weakness at this point. And then they do that. I'll bring it back up here. You're not going to get that closure below here, but it's still weakness. So this could be our opportunity if you're interested. Let's see how Ethereum's holding up for us. Holding up a lot better, which probably, more than likely it's probably performing better than Bitcoin that is doing that. I'm just gonna click on this. I'm not gonna, yeah, Ethereum versus Bitcoin is performing better. It's continuing to hold the previous week high as opposed to, you can see how much more, uh, how different this looks to Bitcoin anyway, at least until market opens. And then as far as CME goes for Ethereum, that's grayscale. All right, we're still far from this little gap in here. And we did this one off of, no, I didn't have to change this. I had to change Ethereum, Solana's chart. But still the same thing where they're not allowing what we're seeing price action not close at. Same situation as Bitcoin in that regards. And then let's see. I'm not going to go back into the Solana one. Yeah, not going back into the Solana one. I'll let that one be. All right, momentum's looking to come up. I like this already. I'm still not gonna get interested in taking a loan from this point. It looks nice. I mean, it looks like I want to take a loan from it, but we do still have liquidity that can be taken. So I want to be mindful of that liquidity that can still be taken before I jump into a loan entry. But it's definitely trying to tempt me right now. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Wait for that liquidity to be taken. Right now, still about 257 off from that liquidity. Hmm. It's still interesting to me that we never pushed into this, which is fine. I don't think we did. No, we didn't. And this is organically correct here on the weekly time frame. And again, if you hadn't been here before, I moved it on the monthly, which is why it doesn't look like it's broken it because I moved it. It would have been on this one, and then I adjusted it so you can see how it's over it now. I adjusted it after we got this wick here, believing that we would hold here above this. We would start to maintain this 382, and then get a push up into here. That's the reason why I moved it. Hmm. Yeah, that's going to take some time. Looking at USDT dominance, I can see that we were getting a little bit of a bounce here. We did break below our trend line that we had through here, where one, two, we got the bounce there, came back into resistance. Even if we do break below this, I'm just going to say it again, we can still come down here into the support, which means that this trend line really doesn't mean too much, other than the fact that uh, it really doesn't mean too much. You know, it's just a momentum shift, and right now we are reclaimed. We have reclaimed back above this trend line. That could change once market opens. It could change. Um, I would say we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place right now when it comes to USDT dominance. some point, I'm going to assume that dominance is going to get in here to this next level in here. So just through this golden pocket, I do expect for dominance to get into here. Um, I think based on this, like if we're actually losing, if we're dropping below here and USDT dominance is coming back down here, maybe back test this trend line right here, I think that'll basically fulfill what I'm looking for on as far as going back into the 382 for Bitcoin on the monthly time frame. I think that fulfills it. And then maybe USDT dominance coming back inside of this wedgie structure through here. Maybe that would be like a 50% retracement for Bitcoin. But I think just doing this as much as coming back down here and back testing this breakout point would be that 382. And that's Solana versus Ethereum. Others. Let's see, cash. VIX. VIX did end up breaking below this low. And I just added a couple of additional ones in here after I zoomed out to look at the chart. But we're back inside of it now. Yeah. What I was looking at before when I drew the fib was that the blue box, that's the golden pocket 786, or not even the golden pocket 618786. But that's what we already discussed in here anyway. So I didn't need it because we are looking at the previous day low, which is what that basically lined up to. If I'm not mistaken, that was just the previous day low, just like I'm looking at it right now. So I didn't need it. And then the previous day high. So it's yeah, same thing. You probably got some other altcoins you probably want to look at real quick. I don't think the rest of the market is doing anything different. So I haven't updated these. So let me, pretty sure it's the same thing. Your previous day, actually, sorry, previous day low. Previous day high. It's probably the 200 EMA up here with that rejection. And I think I'm looking at, okay, just the regular weekly levels in here. Probably the same thing. If I was to draw the fib, be looking at the same information. A little slightly different, so that's better. A little slight difference. Still the even lows in here. That's liquidity. Market makers are probably look to come back for that. All of this happened what, Saturday? Yeah, they'll probably come in for that. So in this case, I probably would go with the 786 retracement. That would have been this low in here. That's what you would have been looking at if I'd have left it on the chart at least. And I'll take it off of this blue box to make it easier to identify. At 786. Prices dropped below the previous day high, rejected from that previous day high. You got the liquidity down in here from the weekend. These pretty even lows again. Yeah, I'd be leaning towards 786 on XRP personally. Would you get some sort of a reaction here at the golden pocket? Possibly. Psychological level. People are looking to go long at the golden pocket. But I don't see why the market wouldn't want to take that. Or when we looked at max pain on XRP, we actually didn't look at max pain on XRP, which is not far off from it. It's less than this. XRP is 185. It's already, yeah. XRP max pain on longs is 185. So that's at the previous day low for that. And then once it takes that liquidity right there, it'll update and say where the next level is going to be at, blah, 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 blah. If you don't know how to get to this, CoinGlass is free. And you would just come up here to liquidation. So you go into CoinGlass, you go to liquidation, and then you go to liquidation max pain, which is what I'm on. So, and it just shows you in here where your short max pain is going to be at the upside, where your long max pain is going to be to the downside. So again, for XRP, that's going to be down here at where we see the previous day low at 185, 185. My thoughts again is that this liquidity gets taken. I don't see why not. And the max pain to the upside would be these lows. So the short max pain is going to be right in here where we got this nice big candlestick drop in here. So basically filling in the inefficiency. I'm just going to turn the EMA ribbons on, just kind of go through this chart. One hour. So obviously XRP needs to hold that, right? Hmm. Let me just see the weekly real quick. It's always interesting how that little space looks so much larger than what it is. But that's the little space that we're looking at on the 15-minute time frame right now. It's at 174, that low. Good thing about XRP, if you are an XRP holder, in my opinion, I did see somebody else do some analysis on XRP, and their idea is XRP fills in this efficiency down through here and probably comes somewhere back down in here. I am under the impression that somewhere between where it is now down to this point right here will end up being the low for XRP. I don't necessarily. I think this wick drop down through here. I think that may have been like what I would consider to be XRP's bear market low. I think that that was something like that. If I take that away, and I probably have to hide this stuff in here. Let me just, I can hide my drawings. Yeah, I'm sticking with this level in here. I think that this was basically like what the low would have been like. And actually, if I might, nah, let me just do, what did I call this thing? God dang it. I updated the title. I think I did. Uh, no, I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, this again, this is where this is where it enters into bear market territory for me. It's just below this wick right here. I think it has a good chance of holding this high in here. So somewhere between where it is now doesn't actually put it into bear market territory, but I think somewhere between where it is now to this point right here would be as low as it gets. That's my thoughts on it. I'm gonna put this noise back in here so we can just see. Yeah, I think that would be it if it did for me at least. I think that would be it right in here. Yeah, that's my thought, and I'm gonna stick with it. I don't think you get below. I don't think you get as low as this right here. I don't think you get as low as filling in this inefficiency. But I was listening to somebody and they were talking about this low in here. I don't think that crypto in general, not your big players. I don't think that they retrace the way that they did before. It just doesn't look like it. It just doesn't look like they do any of that. It's not because I think that's, this idea of this time is different or something like that. It's not that. It just doesn't look like they retrace as low as they did previously. So I don't expect that for XRP either. Between where it is now to here is what I would say. This low, this top, this high. I don't see a base case for this. But it was interesting nonetheless, their thoughts on it. I have really taken off in the charts. Huh. I'm just trying to see why I had that in there like that. Cardano. We covered Cardano and said that Cardano needed to hold here. Because if Cardano wasn't holding here, then Cardano could travel all the way down to 17 cents, which and that just seems awful. I don't see an update to Cardano. I really don't. If you're a bold thinker, then this would be the place to accumulate from here. Like that would be where you would buy. This would be where you buy Cardano. Believing that it's going to hold in here, because if not, then you risk half of your capital with it getting to 17. That's going to be half of your investment. It'd be 50% down. Unless you put a very small amount into it. I mean, you would have to, yeah, you have to put a small amount into it. Your return would be, equally small, but it'd be more than what you have for starters. But I wouldn't go crazy on any sort of accumulation in here with that sort of uncertainty with the market right now. But this would be the place right here. This is where, I mean, this is the test of time, with the exception of this wick here, which was anybody's, I don't think anybody would have really got that right. Something's wrong here. And drop that. I don't know. Something seems off with that a little bit. Oh, wrong one. This one. Didn't really change anything, but I don't know. This wick down here was outside of the range, and I needed for it to not be. But yeah, that would have to be your mindset that we've held this many times before. We're going to hold it again. Market has already taken liquidity from this trend line, so they've already this time taken that liquidity over this trend line. Recover and now back testing it again. Yeah, I would go small. It's definitely a good place to be risky, but I would still keep it minor and just expect, more than what you had before. But if it works out and price action does come back up, what a challenge! What a challenge! First time it stopped out there at that low. So we will assume that if it comes back up, then it's going to reject off of these lows in here. It's just not getting this again. Weak. See. Higher than. Take that liquidity. $27.56. $27.37. Hmm. And even here, hold on. This I will have to be on a monthly for this, and that's yeah. And see that hit exactly at the bear market territory low right here. It hit that to a T. 27.37. Yeah, hit it to a T. Zero expansion on it. Blah blah blah. I usually ignore the top side because crypto tends to break back above. It'll expand on these right here, but usually when it comes back down to this cloud, it doesn't typically expand. It did here a little bit right in here. You can see that because it would have been, but even here, it disregarded the low. And that was 27.56. Yeah, it tapped that perfectly, 27.37 with zero expansion. This would be your accumulation zone. But again, if let's just say it wanted to expand again, which it did there, um, you'll be down like half of your capital. probably doesn't show much here. Yeah, you don't even get a top. Yeah, you do. You got a top. And that's almost in sync with this over here on a 3 month time frame. I usually go with a monthly on crypto, a 3 month on stock market. That would be a problem. Yeah, that's the only thing with this. I see Bitcoin has got a shaved bottom, so price must be coming down a little bit more. We're almost there as far as me reading the 4 hour time frame. So problematic if you're not holding this. No, that actually did. I can see it now. I can see it right there because it was supposed to hold this low, was supposed to hold above this low, and it didn't. So it a couple of cents off. Yeah, you could risk coming into that 17. And the last time, I'm just gonna put on the actual Bollinger. Um, I keep forgetting that I took it off. I got it set for a 15-minute time frame. Let me just put it on chart. On this particular occasion, this was a rough period for the crypto space altogether. This just didn't, this wasn't sideways either, no squeeze, no nothing like that. But on this particular from here, it held there, it held there. And this is, yeah, yeah, you would have to hold it. This is three, the purple, that's three. Let me just look back at this. About $91 off from the liquidity or the max pain here for longs. It's looking better and better. Again, I'm inclined to wait to see if liquidity gets taken. I would rather the liquidity be taken and then take an entry off of it. We know that we're in between the golden pocket 786 when we pulled the fib from that low to this high here, which is basically the previous day high and the previous day low, with the previous day low being the 786. I see that the 4 hour candle, new 4 hour just opened too. So we are potentially starting to put in some bullish divergence, I think. Can't see it there. Not really. Nah, not really. No. I was seeing it off of the commodity channel, but no, not really putting in any bullish divvy. Yeah, I'm thinking that the long would take place somewhere probably right around here. Have to at least give that 50. If I give it 50 though, that's going to be too close to that previous week low. Maybe. And then if that's not going to be it, then I'm going to have to look down here towards this previous week low. Thank goodness for our patience, right? Patience is everything. See, they just took that liquidity. Did they take this too? What I was looking at. I'm not gonna. I'm not going to do like a. Yeah, it just tapped it perfectly. I'm not gonna do a limit entry on this. I'm gonna let the market prove to me that it can hold that. And that was a perfect tap. And I would be looking for no below here because if it's getting jammed up down here, I just wouldn't look that high up. Maybe back into here. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't have that same thought of it getting up that high because we'd be under some resistance. So that would be a TP, and then you would probably bank on a runner. All of this down through here. Let's give it a. I tend to go with let's go with a 10. Maybe something like that. You know what? Let me highlight that 86.33.2. I'm not gonna get this right. Then I would think that. Ooh, patience again. Patience again. They sending it. Ooh, good Lord, they sending it. This is going to be completely done with. If it continues to fall past here, it would have to reclaim above this resistance. That's number one. So not buying into the resistance this close to it. It would be a reclaim back above here now. If it was a wick and continuation, that would be different. max pain now, 86, 86.6. And that's long max pain. It's 86.6 now. So that would mean taking the liquidity down through here. Taking that liquidity. Let me delete that. What do I have this sitting on? 86.3. 86.326. Let me move this down. 83. 86.3. Yeah, just put it back. 86.326. Maybe. Maybe. I don't have anything underneath this. I will give it no. 3-1. Gotta be a 3-1. My entry from the weekend is about to get hit for my Ethereum. It was it from the weekend? I think it was. I'm still up on it, but it's getting close to coming in and hitting it, which is fine by me. That's for Ethereum. RSI is a 12. A 12. 12 RSI. This is where we bounced from the last time. This is the last time it fired off that signal. A 12, 13. Add, add on my Ethereum. Why not? We're still just consolidating in the bigger picture. Like 86 to 80, something like that. That could be 86 to 80, which is going to be down below this previous week low. If something like that happens, it would still read like a week low on the 4 hour time frame if it happens. Right now, price action would need to reclaim above 87, let's just say 87.50 right now. And then we have to see us holding that level. Which is again back above the previous day low. And I said 87. I'm sorry, I said 87.50. I'm thinking I said 87.500. It's 87.50. Have to be above 87. Yeah, I was going with 87.50. Back above. You can't see it here. It looks like we're hitting those lows right now. It is these lows down through here. Hold on. These lows, 87.50. Where's 87.50 at? Duh, girl. Why does it look different from this other chart that I'm looking at? It looks different from this other chart I'm looking at. And I have us on 30. Let's see what I'm working with. 87. It's not going to be a steady number. That's why I was trying to find those exact lows, but I'm having a hard time spotting it the way I spotted on this blow fan chart exchange. But we chopping it any way it goes. We chopping it. So it is right in here. So above this point right here, where we're chopping it now, we have to maintain this right here. That will push us back into this previous day low. 87. Back above this previous day low, actually. And I'm just going to estimate and say 87.8. We're not going to do that right away. I can see this getting pretty extended already on this 30-second chart. So I don't see the 87.8 right now. No, that would be it would be a hell of a read on the RSI. Just like we got that 12 on the 15 minute. We're at 25 now. Well, this is fun. This is fun. For some reason, I have actually come to love. I've come to love the 30-second chart only after I've been on a higher time frame. It has. I have to have had to been on a higher time frame. There's no way in the world I could sit here and just look at a 30-second chart for no reason whatsoever. I'm gonna push back on the 15 and look at what we're doing at the moment. 25. Okay. 26. I just want to see if this would have been tapped if I'd have left it at a 50. It would have been exactly that. But no limit entry was made here. I did go in on Ethereum some more. That's it. This around the 50. $87.8 would be the goal in this case to be, transparently 87. Yeah, 87 8. And then if price starts to hold above 87.8, it's going to make a difference. But coming back into 87.8, I think it's going to be like a cap point, um, or a rejection point. Yeah, so might be a rejection point for price action. 87.8, more than likely it'll reject. If it got through that, I would be highly surprised, and the 4 hour time frame would be bullish if that happened. I don't think we're there, but you never know. Come on, Ethereum. Yeah, the 4 hour would be extremely bullish if we did something like that right now, especially considering that 4 hour candle is the one that just opened and finished pushing price action down. That candle will eat its own tail to do something like that. Mm. Somebody's shorting that previous day low. Solana's trying to hold up pretty good in here. Just looking at Solana on CME, it's within the gap that we were looking at here for Sol, and we decided to do this gap. And I say I do bring you into the fold. We decided to do it off of this 4-hour time frame right here. So it didn't quite fill this gap in here just yet. Likely something that will be done once market opens. But that's pretty decent for Solana. That's CME. And we take a look at Solana's basic chart here. You can see how Solana did pretty good with just sweeping this low of liquidity right here. I do still think that, yeah, like I said, I think that the gap gets filled on this though. That's a pretty hefty gap, but that was nice on Sol part. Ethereum went a little bit further in here, which to be expected, was saying this liquidity down through here could get taken. In fact, it didn't actually get a closure below here. So if Bitcoin had to behave like that, that would have been great. I could see this was flickering off and on right here. Didn't zoom out on it, but we can obviously see that Ethereum's price is hitting the lows down through here. Um, what I want to see on Ethereum, I can't actually see from that time frame. Um, Not going to see it from that either. Nope. So I think I did that. What's this? Oh no, this is from the weekend where it kept dropping into the golden pocket, or 618. I keep saying golden pocket, but 618. There's some good liquidity down through here. So I'm just trying to get to a place right now with Ethereum where I'll TP1, and then I will let the market come back for me, and then I'll look for a re-entry down here when this liquidity right here gets taken. If that liquidity gets taken, which when I looked at CME, it did fill in the CME completely. That gap has been filled here. Possible rejection from this point now, coming back to the CME gap and then rejecting and coming back down. I may go ahead and scale something out of this. I'll make up my mind in just a minute. Was looking for a little bit more of a push, but I'm probably wrong, and we might just reject from here on Ethereum. It is a rejection point. It would be, like, hey, take TP1 off of these lows. 30-second. Waiting for liquidity is good. Yeah, they definitely started shorting this previous day low here. I said would be a lot to ask for it to get. We just got to hold the chop zone though, which at the moment is 80. Let's just say 87,000. Just say 87,000. That's going to be the chop zone, 87,000. Where's that coming in from? I see this red right here. It must be coming in from. Where's it coming in from? It's 87,000 still. It's a strong move if it gets to that 87.8. See 15 again. This is what I'm looking at. I can get rid of that for now. This is where we were chopping through here. Me saying if it can maintain this right here, it is starting to slope downwards. I don't like that, but if it can hold this, I'm looking at 87.8. I'm looking back up here towards this, which would be a lot to ask, especially on this current 4-hour candle. It would be a lot to ask. And then this would be the previous week low. Let's see. So right now, we're not recovering above the mean, as you can see. We're holding the 50. We're not recovering above the mean, which is good. I guess because we're holding within this range and kind of cooling. Oh, look back at this 15 again. 25. It's the 1 hour, like 35 RSI read. Look at that. See, that's why I say it would be a strong freaking 4 hour candle if it did do that, because that would mean eating its own tail. Be one heck of a candle. All right, was walking sideways right now. Solana, just wanted to check back in on this one. Just kind of holding Ethereum. I didn't like that wick off the top of Ethereum chart at all, but it did tap into that gap, so that could help explain what I was saying. We'll see if this is going to end up holding as resistance now for Ethereum. The gap, a small little wick on it. We'll see. Like I said, that other signal kept flickering in and out with the 23. It was probably somewhere down around 12. Would have been the same thing that I was looking at that point. Sometimes I have to drop these, but that SFP, I think they all probably did that. Same SFP. And we're a long way off in this 4 hour candle closing. Long way off. I don't know if this is relevant. So I'm going to make sure it's not tied to this one. It could be tied to that. I'm going to delete it first and then I'll see. Okay, it's not. Cool. Prior code and pocket. Yeah. Eighty-seven 9, 87 8. That's 87 8. Hmm. All right, we're getting no activity. None. Zero. Zip. Same thing's gonna go for Ethereum right now. Really not getting any action out of Ethereum either. I'll go ahead and share. It's barely up at this point. I gave it all back, basically. Um, basically. So it's barely in there. The Ethereum long. It's barely, just barely. You can see where I start to go in the hole. But I'm not gonna drop it. It would be stupid. Right now, you can see how we're respecting this zone through here. I got to give this a name. I mean, I call this a trap, whether it's to the upside and we're staying in, within this these two, or if we're to the downside and standing between these two. But this is where we need to see this sort of go sideways, come up above SD1, and then if we finally get above here, because you can see we're not doing that so far, get above here, then we'd be looking for a move into here, into wherever this one is sitting at. And we get above that, then we can say, about to do something like over here. You get above, start to like that range. Then you'd be looking at this one. Either you're going to reject or you're going to get above. And you want to get back inside here and do something like that. So it doesn't look like we anywhere close to that right now. But first, if we can just go sideways and get above here, then I will TP something, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The market probably isn't going to do anything until 9:30. I'm not going to stay here until 9:30. So what I would advise, because we did reject off of the gap, we did reject off of the gap. This is going to be the golden pocket 786 in here for Ethereum. I think that's the same situation. See, it's a weekly here. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, if it is retracing back to where it was before, then we basically been in between these three. We either we came up to this one, or we came down to this one, or we came into this one. It's just been these three right here. So 26.49, 27.71. This is about what we've done here all the way, and then we have this one right here, which is you can see the numbers over here, so I don't have to say them. And then this one right here, we haven't done any more than that. So this has been our consolidation range in here so far. Um, the trend regression line on the 4 hour time frame has been broken. So outside of that, momentum did shift a little bit here on the 4 hour time frame for Ethereum, both on Ethereum and for Bitcoin as well. The only what are you in here for? Um, the only thing that would suggest that we reclaim would be a mean reversion. So that means getting back above the RSI 50. And right now you can see that we're below it. And like I said, the at least from the blowfin chart, it did. Okay, from here it did not break it. Cool. It did not break it here. So we're still holding the trend regression line here on the RSI. We hold this and we flip back above 50. Then hooray, we continue a little bit more. Maybe not getting as high as we did over the weekend. That may not be the case. I'm long. I'm not going to drop this long position. I don't have a reason to just yet. If I did, I would have taken profit over here, and I didn't. Actually, I haven't really cared about this trade at all. At all. Um, all right. Oh, bitty. Nice. All right. So 87.8 might happen. This is bullish if it does. Like that. Like that's eating its own tail. Uh. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. That would be eating its own tail. I would love to see that happen. But I could tell one thing, we would put in a bear div on that move back up. At least from the 4 hour perspective, we would put in a bear div. And it's not that we did anything outlandish, because we didn't. We didn't do anything outlandish on this 4 hour. Oh, no. No, no, no. 15 minutes probably not giving that signal. I'm just going to look at the 15-minute. Oof. 'm a little OCD about lines. Y'all already know that. Just wanted to see what that was potentially looking like. trying to see what I'm looking at. Gotta see what I'm looking at, which isn't gonna matter if we break this anyway. I am gonna cut this a little bit. I'm gonna cut it a little bit. All right, so I cut that position a little bit. I had added a little bit more on it, and I just took out what I added on it. So it gave me a little bit of a profit because you don't have any profits unless you actually take something from it, right? So that's what I did on Ethereum just then. Took a third of the position out. Yeah, took a third of that position out on Ethereum. All right, Bitcoin. So sorry. So Biddy. Uh, hmm. We're not getting any volume. Cool, cool, cool. All right, because I know we're not going to do anything else probably in here. I would just tell you, I mean, I really don't need this. We've already broken below it, and I would have never went off of that. But um, 15-minute, 86,695. Again, that's going to be where the next liquidity level is going to sit at here for well, max pain anyway is going to sit at for Bitcoin to the downside. So I'm still gonna go with this right here. Still have pretty decent liquidity down here in terms of taking this, here at the low from the weekend. So I'm gonna look for something like that. It would be extremely overextended in here. It would be. You can see when we got in here how we had a 12 read on our RSI. This is coming up. This is good. This is good. To the upside again, I wouldn't look for anything more than about 87.8. And I'm rounding that off when I say that 87.8. If price action does start to trade above that on the 4 hour, though, it's going to be really strong for the 4 hour time frame. But I honestly wouldn't look for anything more than about an 87.8. Right now, we're not maintaining above the previous day low, so bear that in mind. But this chart is going to turn around. 15-minute is going to turn around. And then I will look for that rejection there, and then they probably come back down in here and take the liquidity once market opens, possibly take the liquidity from previous week low, and that could give you a better long entry than let's just say a SFP. If you went with the SFP off of the over exaggerated RSI. I added onto my Ethereum. I've already taken out what I added in. So to say I took I took a little profit from that. Not much. And if I'm saying 87.8, then that means that price action doesn't come up any higher than probably about let me see what 382 is. No, that's above that. I think that that's I think that that's just going to be the gap. I think that that's just going to be the gap. I'm saying 87.8. I think that that's just going to be back at this gap and reject. I'm just trying to see price action get there before I say goodbye. But I do want to say thank you. Thank you for remembering the Coin Kings channel and for hanging out with me, who's down to Crypto TA. I have to make sure I clarify that every time. I feel weird every time someone comes in and they um, say, "What's up, man?" and they hear my voice and I'm a woman. It bothers me a lot. I don't know why. It just does. It just does. It's weird. It's weird. Please don't do that. Corn Kings from Thailand. I do not look like a Thai woman or a man. uh, anyway, I'm rambling now. So controversial. So controversial. Da-da. I see Ethereum did get a little bit of a rejection off of the standard deviation one. Just looking for that to round out and then price action to get above that at some point here in the near future. In the near, while I'm waiting on Bitcoin. It's 20 SMA if you're on the ETF. That would have been a 20 SMA rejection for Bitcoin. I mean, sorry, for Ethereum. 20 SMA rejection off of the 15-minute time frame is what that would have been there. And then, same dilemma if you're on the CME. It hasn't even made it back into that gap. Rejected off the low of that gap. So I guess that's how all three make sense. after that, after that move down over here, if price action is coming back down in here, I would be looking for bull divs, especially when you get, if it comes in and it takes out this low. Let's just say it comes back down here, it takes out this low. It does what I'm looking for down through here. I would be looking for bull divs on this move here, since at this point, the RSI did get pretty bad. That's what I would be looking for. It just makes sense to me to look for that on a move back down. I mean, RSI is we're still below 30 at the moment, and I am still saying 87.8 as a rejection point, which is going to be somewhere off of this candle right here. Um, well, above that candle slightly into these lows right here. I'll be looking for bullish divergence. Chances are you'll get it. What I haven't looked at, which I do have on my ticker, well, not my ticker, I need to look at gold and silver. I apologize that I never got to that. The last time we looked at silver, I was looking for, let me see if I can get this open here. I was looking at a rejection on silver, and it did get a small rejection, but nothing more. So gold looks really, really nice. I'm liking that. Gold, the trend line here is still intact. We're still holding that. So again, that would be a bounce zone for me for gold. We are above that range in here. We've already met this move in here, and we even came back and back tested on it um, from this. So over that again right now. The final move, this must be a bear div. That must have been a bear div right there. If it wasn't a bear div, then I would have seen another one of these, but it's a bear div. Oh, yeah, bear div. Bear div. Um, this is good because, I mean, it's expanding a little bit, but this would be where you'd be looking for that next thrust to the upside here if we're talking about price action getting here for this target. 48, because we are above our range in here now to that measure move up there. As long as it's holding above this, I would consider this to be the place that we bounce from. If it does break down below this right here, I would be, and we're in euphoria. Hold on, are we in euphoria? Yeah, we're definitely in euphoria. I'm gonna put this on a monthly time frame real quick while Bitcoin is doing what I expected for Bitcoin to do. We have the drawings, and let's just go on a monthly, which looks fantastic. The further out we go, looks fantastic. So I mean, you can see what we're doing. So 43.44. I just wanted to see what that was. 43.44. I mean, this is. I mean, how do you argue with that? Uh, You can't. You can't. You can't. Wow. Wow. 37.26. Hmm. Amazing. You can see I'm tracking the 1 month time frame. You can see that. That's what I'm tracking. Actually, if I put that back, and let's just for a second upper. Let's look at that upper. Yeah, you're not literally gonna touch this one again, but yeah, that target right there. This is crazy. This is crazy. That that's crazy. That's a problem. That's crazy. It's showing some exhaustion. See that bit of red down through here? This was the last time we got that little bit of red right here. It didn't come back much, but still, I mean, that's, oof, jeez. I mean, it's this squeeze through here. And if we get here, I mean, that I don't understand how we get there first. I don't think we get there first. That's crazy. Nah, we're not gonna get there first. I don't think it will. I honestly don't think it will. I'm still on the monthly. I honestly don't think it will. It's the highest this has been. It's been worse. Oof, it has been worse. So yeah, it has definitely been worse. 100. That's 100. It's been a max. That's been the max. That's wild. I'm either going to look for this RSI to get all the way in here, or I'm going to look for it to break down below here. And there would be a second regression. This would be the main one, but that's what I'm going to look for on this. That's kind of crazy. Maybe it gets into this level first and then it does that. Maybe it does. I cannot say that it doesn't, since it has a little bit more space in here. And this 93 read getting to 100. That's crazy though. And then, I mean, it is showing some potential exhaustion with this. But, I mean, MACD is crazy. Look at that MACD. Look at that. Is it that serious? That's my question. Is it that serious? Oof. I mean, it looks absolutely fantastic though. Then I would look for, what was it, somewhere back down towards in this right here, maybe at some point. It would be up here, a little bit more up here, but wow. I have to wait till market opens on this one. See if it's gonna break back down. It's holding right now. But if it does start to lose this, then this would be a natural place of a support with bullish divergence underneath, because this is so strong. That would be about it. Market would have to open and then accelerate. Like, you would have to see this closing below here, and then I mean, because you can tell right here, you can see the expansion right here. But typically what I look for when it gets like this, how this blue line is out here, I look for it to push back in. Doesn't mean that it's automatically going to send prices all the way back up there. It could do something like this, where it just kind of consolidates a bit, like it did right there. Just consolidate a bit, And this doesn't look like it would be a weak low if it drops. If it drops, it would actually expand. You'd be looking for price action to kind of hold in between, just like here. You look for it to hold in between 1 and 2. But then once you see that reclaim above here, then it probably will go back up. Gold looks wild. Silver, the last time we looked at silver, I was looking at this one right here. Um, and it didn't drop down that much. I think I did say that though. That I wouldn't be looking for too much on it. Now I did plot this in, like, hey, maybe it'll get down into this, but it didn't. It didn't even touch this. Gave a small little correction and then it broke back up above it. Gave a small correction, broke back above it. This is bigger, but geez, let me take this off just so I can see. Uh, this on the monthly, it looks like it's doing the same thing. Yeah, 90, and then in here, like how extended has this gotten? Not the same, actually. Big ass. Ooh, forgive me. Oh gosh, forgive me. Silver's killing it. Silver's killing it. 59. So all the way back down here. Yeah, this is still going higher for the time being. That looks good. Fifty, 83. Mm. This is about to reject this low. I mean, I would be looking for it to do what it did here and here. I'd be looking for it to hold that if you can get it back in that low, um, which at the moment is 62. Just say 63. And stuff is never steady. We would just say 63. If I looked at it differently, if you were somebody who was already shorting this, I would say TP here and then leave some to see if you can't get down to like 63. Because I mean, this is equivalent, at least this 10 is equivalent to a standard deviation too. For general purposes, it is. So you can see it's equivalent to that. So I would say TP here, and then I will hold something to see if I can't get it to here. And this would be a good entry if, well, I'll take that back. It might not be a good entry. If it starts to flag there, but you don't know if it's going to flag or not just yet, because you start breaking these lows. You break this low. If you come in below here, you would break this low. And all throughout here, you haven't done that. So, yeah. Let's see where that's at. 886. Be a lot to ask for, right? That's a good entry. Bounced, 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 bounced. It actually hasn't come back to this. So that is asking for a lot. It hasn't come back to that. Yeah. So if it's not holding at this golden pocket, I mean, like this would be the prime entry in my opinion. This 0.886 right here, and that means staying above that previous. What was that previous week low? And that's what that would be. Staying above this previous week low. That's going to be different. I looked at wanting to trade this on BTCC. Except I don't like somebody telling me how much I have to trade. Like on BTCC, if I wanted to go trade silver, I have to at least trade in quantities of 100. So only quantities of 100 shares. I can't. I mean, I have to do at least 100 shares of silver to trade it. If I wanted to trade more than 100, it has to be 200. So it has to be, you have to do it like that. Like there's nothing in between. No 50, no 150. It's 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, on and on and on. That's how you have to do it if you want to trade it on BTCC. So if I banked on this right here, I don't know. This is already a bull div in itself. think it can come down a little bit more. And if it does, I mean, this is where I would like to pick it up at. You know, lie, I like to get it from right here. I feel more comfortable. 1 hour. Yeah, give me that, and I feel more comfortable in here. It's at 40. 40 MACD delta, all climbing down. So you can see what I'm talking about. Same thing, but goes if I'm looking at the Bollinger Band up here, how I'm looking at it down here. Um, this is increased. Actually, selling pressure is actually not as strong anymore, according to this. I like this. Again, I would love to get it here. Can I get it there? I would take that trade if I could get it there. You might want to adjust this for yourself. This isn't a conventional fib pull that I did. As you can see, it's not conventional. Um, it's another way of doing it, but it's not conventional. Friday the 19th. 19th. That's it, Friday the 19th. I just want to see. That was the last time I had dropped back into this EMA ribbon right here. Okay. Uh, this could be your low. This could be your low. For me, I'm interested right here, but this could be your low. It hasn't come below this. At least it hasn't. It hasn't traded below that levels. Traded below that since back in here where it flagged out. But yeah, that could have been it right there. Oh, to be. This I can do on spot if I'm interested, or if you're interested, you can do that on spot. I did this unconventionally. 3786 like this. About 30 minutes now, 35 minutes now before market opens. So I like this. Hmm. Could be. And if I did this from the line chart, it won't make sense from the line chart. If I try to do this, it just won't. The top will, the bottom just won't. Yeah, could be a low. Dang it. I'm gonna still watch and see if it can't get to this, but it's. I mean, there's a probability that this could also be the low right here. I'm gonna look for this, but Honestly, I'm a little scared to take it from here. Just a little bit. Nice chart though. Check back on Bitcoin. Since I'll be here for the next 30 minutes, I told myself I was going to be gone. But since I'll be here, I'm going to look back over there and see if there's any rhyme or reason for me to want to do that. Um, all right, Bitcoin bouncing off of the signal line from the 15-minute time frame and push back out here to our 30-second. To our 30 seconds. See what we got. All right, we ended up putting in some sort of a falling wedge or descending channel or some crap like that. Let's see if we can't. We're back at neutral, at least. Back in, not neutral. We're just back above the bearish, bear zone. Weakness, just back above weakness. Or over, people like to call it oversold. Back here. Back here. But the important thing is we're still holding that level. Still holding. Oh, forgot that will stunt the growth of this chart. Oh, I see gold. It just tapped into, I'm just talking to you from the side, but gold just tapped into that 60 EMA. Remember what I said about trend lines? If you have a trend line and it doesn't have a EMA or a moving average running with it, if it's above it, then you can look for it to break whatever that trend line is. If the moving average is below that trend line, then that might be your support area. So we'll see how it wants to hold with that. That's typically, my experience. That's how it goes. If it's running with the trend line, then it's likely to hold. So over here, you can see we just dropped into it. Just looking for that reaction off of this right now. See, we're reacting a little bit in here at the moment. Like I said, if it's running parallel with the trend line, then you can look for the trend line to hold. Like I would have put this on the ribbon. In a lot of cases, that's what I'll do. If it's deviated from it, then you're looking for it to break. If it's below it, you're looking for the below ribbon to hold that support. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So that means silver is where silver might give me what I want. It's not over yet. We'll see when the market opens in a few minutes. If it'll give that, I actually like it. We'll see. If I extended this now, I'm not saying this is all going to happen. I'm just saying that the RSI is crazy as heck. But we saw it get higher. Gonna look back at this. Oof. Gonna look back at this. Huh. Remove this noise. I think that was this our expansion? No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about this other chart over here. I don't have you looking at it. Um, yeah, that's the expansion. Oh boy. Hmm. Okay. Range. Oh, sorry. Range high back test expansion. $600 move. Interesting. You doing it? Nope. All right. All right, Bitcoin is slow. Slow, slow, slow. Let me just push through and look at the higher time frames. Putting in some bottom and tails here on Ethereum, right in here, as we're looking to get above the standard deviation one, and we're rounding out here at the low down here. So we're starting to contract in here. Once it can get above standard deviation one, I will look for a direct move probably into here, and then I'll be looking for a back test on it. Come on, Ethereum. Just got to get that follow through. Solana, let's see. I think Solana may have that additional push down. Yeah, Solana filled in the gap. So it did go ahead and fill in this gap while I had hold on. They even draw this. I mean, I drew this from a 4 hour perspective. If you're somebody using a 15-minute time frame, then you would say it hit it exactly right in there. I just went with the 4. That's an exact closure of that gap here. As opposed to how I had it. It just looked better for me, the candle structure to do it like that. But that's pretty perfect. Okay. Just wanted to see where that was at. I'm sure this bears some similarity to Ethereum. It does. And Ethereum did not manage to get that closure above there. Still got 9 minutes on it. We'll look back at that later. As far as Bitcoin is concerned, same thing. Oh, I got the other time frame on, so I won't be able to use it. And probably see it from this, just using the 10 right here. No closure above, likely. Sort of a rough day. Uh, This is a special area right here. Apparently, we gapped up and gapped back down, and double gap. VIX did go a little bit higher. And I've already looked back at things like Tesla in here. That's still inching its way down here towards this trend line in here on the 2 hour time frame. Don't really see any major, yeah, structural problems in here. Be great to get it down here. And again, in the long term, I do think you're going to get it down around 300, low ends $300 range. But for now, just kind of watching this trend line until market opens and then see what it does from here. Small little gap in here, a little common gap down the 2 hour time frame. Got a common gap right in here too. I'm not gonna get into those on Tesla though. Just it's a wild card. Meta. And if I looked at anything else in here, just to check it again, Robinhood, okay. And then coin, circle. Not care about circle too much. Coin. Last time we swept it, we held it. Just see if that'll be the similar case in here. All right, 2 minutes till market opens. Let's hope this goes in our favor. I'm still looking out for that 87.8. I'm gonna round that up. 87.850. It just looks different on both ends. I'm still looking at this. Let me just put it to you like that. Yep, market open. Let me give it a minute. Gold and silver are both dropping as market opens, but we were looking at that prior. I'm gonna still look for this to hold to get the push into here. That's what I'm saying. Even though market just opened and that's dropping, take a look back over here. See what they're doing here. All right, Tesla at the trend line. Tesla back at the trend line. Robinhood still holding in here. These two are looking pretty good right now, which gives me confidence in Bitcoin to continue to look for that move up right now. That's Broadcom. Wasn't getting into Broadcom. Not right now. But, the first 15 minutes, you just want to give it a bit. You can give these first 15 minutes a bit. Back over here on gold, silver. You can see gold dropping a little bit deeper. I don't think I really had a level in here that I would really consider. I think I said this right here. I would look for this right here to hold. Right now, I gave that a shot. I mean, I didn't trade it or anything like that. That's crazy. Um, I know for silver what I'm looking for. I know that that's my interest level for silver. I don't necessarily have one for gold, but we'll see if we can't get this for silver, which is high hopes. That's high hopes for that. So the last couple of bounces did again take place from here. Um, I still like this. Doesn't mean I get this today, but I still like it. This did get an expansion to what we were talking about with the Bollinger expansion. It definitely got it um, right here. It got that expansion. So just be aware of that. Now this, on the other hand, a little bit different here off of this time frame, but gold definitely got that expansion. Something that we were looking at in here. And like I said, you can get trapped in here the same way you do up there, just like in here. So that's definitely expanding. Bitcoin did just hit that level. That's what I was looking at. That is what we managed to do so far. If this is strong for the 4-hour time frame, especially because it recovered that entire candle and then pushed up higher. So it did eat its own tail and then went higher than that. So that was this is what I was looking for. Now at this point, if we start to close and trade above here, then we're going to start looking for this to push back in here a bit. I wouldn't go too much initially off of this right here. I was looking at this low in here. So me, everything's flashing, everything. So this would be crazy strong to be able to continue this push in here. Glad I'm long on Ethereum. Nah, I didn't open anything new on Bitcoin, but my Ethereum. So we'll see if we can't get that. But yeah, coin was looking pretty good in here so far. Still within the first 15 minutes of market open. And then, yeah, the rest of them were looking pretty. Circle was looking good. Robinhood with the bounce as well. Tesla broke the trend line. For anybody who's interested in Tesla, I don't play around with Tesla, but Tesla did break that trend line. If you're lucky at this moment, you would, in this moment, but yeah, I don't know. Tesla reclaim above this trend line, then you got something different, and you just look for it to go back up. But it did break back into the trend line. Back above the mean on the 4-hour time frame, previous day high. It's gonna be crazy if it does, if it just recovers. That's gonna be crazy. still got time to wait for this to close, but that would be crazy. Okay, let's go. That's what it looks like there. And this is that 4 hour. I'm actually not going to push back out on the 30-second again until we get into one of these next levels then, if we get up into that. You see my cursor inching over here, but I do have to go. Someone's getting ready to start a call. I don't want to disrupt that. Don't want to disrupt that. 50. A round trip is going to be absolutely crazy. I was only really looking at this in the moment. And I'm still thinking that this could be a possibility. This previous week low down here could still be a thing. That's pretty strong for the 4 hour time frame, what we're doing right now. So again, I would just look back towards the lows that were in here. And I think the lows did line up with that when I look back over here at it. These lows in here actually is slightly down here a little bit. That would be resistance, and this would be resistance. And where we're currently at is also resistance. So I mean, I'm long. I'm going to continue to hold my long, even if Ethereum does come down to here. I'm going to hold it because I've already shaved a little bit off of it. So that's going to be it for me. In the end, we want to see it get back above the 200 EM, get above the 200 EMA for starters, and we're not actually doing that at the moment. We are in the midst of all these EMA ribbons right now, all of this. So can't say I'm expecting a lot more from this point. Not right now. Not right now. But It's a few minutes out from your first 15 minutes here from market open. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. Um, Again, yeah, you got no reason to try to jump long on this. Not right now. Let this candle close. Let it start to consolidate a bit, or at least get back above. Once this relaxes a bit, get back above standard deviation 2. And this is just off of that 2 hour time frame. You can drop down if you want to. I think I would rather stick with a 2 hour, but you can drop down. Just try to find something that makes more sense to me. Maybe even a 1 hour. This makes a lot more sense too. 1 hour. And I'll look for it. Let's see. Just gonna adjust this and don't pay all the rest of it any attention. Made a dollar difference. This is wishful, but I'm gonna hold out for it. All right, and hope everybody has a wonderful day. For Ethereum, what I would look for is a back test in here. Maybe it comes back and it back tests the standard deviation 1. It is above the 20 SMA at the moment. You would have to drop down to a lower time frame on this right here. At the end of the day, this is the golden. This is the 618. So 618 to 786. I forget I don't have the 65 in here, but 618 to 786 is this right here. Um, I'm gonna hold on to this position, even if we do come in and we take the liquidity down here from Christmas. You want to see this hold though. If you can get this, if this holds, then it'll likely continue back up here, a little bit higher into these lows probably. But if it comes back down and it's not holding here, I'm waiting on something like this. At least I'm thinking that something like this would happen. I'm gonna add to my long position on something like this. I'm scaling into my position, so my position size is rather small, which is why I don't have a major concern about it. I can TP one more time right here to take a little bit more profit. I can do that, and then if it does come down there, then I can add that money back in because I've TP'd one time already. So let's see. I could do that. Yeah, I could TP once again off of this. For some reason, they like to make you yeah, I ended up taking a little bit more out of my position here for Ethereum. And that gave me a 6.66% profit. 6.66. Yeah. On the second one. And I TP one time before already. So that reads closed. And then the rest of it is still open. And I just add that money back in if Ethereum comes down into here. I'm really going to be looking forward to just take this liquidity right here. And that's going to be it. And then bounce away from that. That's my goal. If that happens, if not, then I'll get a little bit more out of this. And the same thing's going to go for bidding. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you again in the morning at 5 a.m. It gets above here, then hooray, hooray. Yeah, I still would look at, you're going to have some resistance here, you're going to have some resistance here. And I was using the 4 hour on this multi-time frame Bollinger here. 4 hours, what I'm using in here. So, like I said, somewhere right about there to here is how I would do it if it does manage to get through all of that. Aside from that, I think you take this liquidity in here. And if it takes the liquidity in here and it starts to consolidate through here, then I'll be looking for a higher pushback up. That's if it takes this. Maybe not take out. I don't know if we take this out or not, but I'd definitely be looking for a higher push up if that happens. I'm just going to consider this if this fails. Consider this. And definitely if your RSI starts to get, really bad on your 15, drop down to your 30. Like if you get one of these candles in here like this and your RSI looks pretty bad, look for an SFP of your low, of your level right here. I don't think what we got right here, we were just below it. But if you get really bad, like well beyond your norm, I've set my norm to 25. So I set 25 as a norm for me. So below 25, look for an SFP. You could get it wrong. You can. But if you're like at a 12, a 10, like I'm taking it. All right. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. All right. You can see Tesla coming back up that trend line too. So liquidity taken. And if it reclaims, then Tesla might try to pop back up here again. I don't expect for it to deviate too far above here. And I think at some point it does come into contact with wherever this is going to be at next month. But something to bear in mind. If it does deviate far from it, then I'd just be looking up there at that. Okay, Nike. Go, Nike, go. Look at Nike. Just trying to see. Strategy, okay. I think this is a good buy. Best Buy. No, just trying to check on anything else. Yep. All right. Silver with a little bit of a bounce there. Way to go, silver. Ayo, silver. Ayo, silver. Yeah, that's definitely a long on goal. That it's definitely a long on goal. See you tomorrow.